Honorable members. It's not working. Honorable members. The Honorable Mr. President.
May we observe a minute of silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. Be seated. Is it? Yes. Is it? Are we still standing? So do we have to play the anthem? So let's proceed.
Celebrate together. There is a song for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together, to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, feliz el día de la African, chéri soleil, chéri du ciel, that's where Africa will be. Let us all unite and sing together, to uphold the bond that frame our destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for love, give peace and justice on earth. Filhos da África, essência do sol, essência do céu, façamos da África flor da vida. Let us all unite and talk together to give the best we have to Africa. And bring along mankind in front of culture. Our pride and hope and break of dawn. Yeah, now,
Thank you. Be seated.
Honorable members, on behalf of Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, the President of the Pan-African Parliament and the Bureau of the Parliament, I do present the order of business for this morning. First, we will hear the opening address of His Excellency Chief Fortune Charumbira, the President of the Pan-African Parliament. This will be followed by the swearing in of new members of the Pan-African Parliament. Thereafter, there will be an announcement of a vacancy in the office of the first president of the Pan-African Parliament's Bureau. Thereafter, there will be a suspension of the session, followed by African Union anthem. When the session resumes, there will be a few remarks by Honorable Chief Charumbira, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, followed by welcome remarks by Honorable Anna Tandi Moraka, the Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation of the Republic of South Africa. This will be followed by messages of solidarity by special guests. First, His Excellency Ambassador Andre Nzapayeke, the Dean of African Ambassadors, followed by Mr. Khalil Budali, Presiding Officer of the African Union ECOSOC, who will be joined virtually, followed by Honorable Remy Ngoyi Lumbu, Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, connecting virtually, followed by His Excellency Roger Macien, Speaker of the Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum, connecting virtually, followed by Dr. Louis-Georges Tin, Prime Minister of the SOAD Parliament, and followed by His Excellency Igor Sergeyenko, Chairman of the House of Representatives of the National Assembly of Belarus. There will then be a statement by special guests that will be announced at the time, followed by an address by the guest of honor, who will be announced by His Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament. And this will be followed by a vote of thanks, an adjournment of the session, and the African Union anthem. After this, there will be a photo session of members of Parliament, followed by a media briefing and the signing of the visitor's book. Thank you. Your Excellency, Honorable Chief Charumbira, I would like to invite you to the podium to make your address.
Thank you very much for accepting me to come and deliver my speech. By clapping, it means you are welcome. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. It motivates the speaker. Good morning, honorable members. May I start by recognizing Bureau members, Honorable Dr. Gayo, Honorable Jida, who are present. As mentioned previously, our Bureau currently is composed of 4 members only until the Southern Caucus presents, and we vote for the first vice president next week on Monday afternoon.
Not South, you are there.
Sorry, Northern. Oh, it's the North, sorry. I'm too much of Southern, so my mind is thinking of home always. But anyway, the Northern Caucus, we can't take that from you. Legally, we can't take that from you. So the Northern Caucus, so we are four. Honorable Madam Lucia Passos is currently, in Brazil. She was around, she had to leave for Brazil to represent the president of PAP at the G20 Conference for Parliamentarians. So 3 of us are present. The purpose for me to stand here is to say, I greet you and welcome to our session. And I want to clap for you for being here. Yes. Thank you. You made it to Midrand. It's not easy, not only financially, but also other programs and family commitments. We hope the numbers will improve as we go. When I look at the numbers currently in the chamber, they may present a problem if we want to vote, although we haven't counted. So we hope the numbers will improve so that if there's a requirement to vote on any item, then we'll have the right numbers or the right quorum to proceed. But for now, we'll proceed with those that are present. And those that are absent, please encourage them to be in the chamber and attend. My welcome address is simply to say, we are a family. We've come to transact business for the continent. And the day's program has been read to you by the clerk. And thereafter, during the 2 weeks, it will be 2 weeks of engagement by MPs on issues of the continent and the people on this continent, who generally, the majority, are facing serious difficulties to survive, to meet their needs. So I welcome you to these 2 weeks where you all will apply your minds. You all be serious. You all be attending 100% so that we seriously discuss the challenges facing our citizens and proffer solutions. Thank you. Here ends my welcome speech. Thank you very much. I'll ask the clerk to proceed with the next items.
Honorable President, members of the Bureau, and honorable members, in accordance with Rule 9 of the Rules of Procedure, we will now swear in newly designated members of national parliaments whose credentials have been verified for swearing in this morning. The list of verified members is as follows, and I would ask that they be invited in the order in which they are called, alphabetical order, by country alphabetical order. Beginning with Cameroon. From Cameroon, Honorable Wainachi Honorine. Honorable Pierre Nikina. Yeah. From DRC, Honorable Senator Alphonse Ngoyi Kasanji. Honorable Senator Christine Mwando Kantempa. Senator Jesusa Abono Nchama. No? Sorry, yes. Okay, DRC is not here. From Equatorial Guinea? Okay, all right.
Moi, Ngoïka,
I, Mohamika Sanji Alphonse, member of the Pan-African Parliament, hereby solemnly swear before the African people and before God, I will perform my functions as a member of the Pan-African Parliament to the best of my ability and with honor and dignity in the service of the peoples of Africa. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union and will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the Protocol to the Treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by law established. And I will promote adherence to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. I so affirm.
From Equatorial Guinea, Senator Jesusa Obono Ngono Nchama. Okay. From Mauritania, Honorable Umia Elgada. Okay. From Nigeria, Honorable Michael Opeyemi Bamdele. From Rwanda, Honorable Diogene Betugu Ramye. Excuse me.
I, Vitunguranye Diogene, here swear that I will perform my functions as member of the Pan-African Parliament to the best of my ability and with honor and dignity in the service of the peoples of Africa. I will be faithful and bear through allegiance to the African Union, and I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitutive Act of Africa, the African Union, and the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by law established, and I will promote adherence to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. So help me God.
Still from Rwanda, Honorable Jennifer Wibibara.
I, Wibabara Jennifer, hereby swear that I will perform my functions as a member of the Pan-African Parliament to the best of my ability and with honor and dignity in the service of the people of Africa. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union and will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by law established. And I will promote adherence to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of Pan-African Parliament. So help me God.
The third designated member from Rwanda, Honorable John Bonds Bideri.
I, John Bonds Bideri, hereby swear that I will perform my functions as a member of the Pan-African Parliament to the best of my ability and with honor and dignity in the service of the peoples of Africa. I'll be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union and will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by law established. And I'll promote adherence to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all the objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. So help me God.
Again, from Rwanda, Honorable Ame Mari Ange Tumukunde.
I, Tumukunde Eme Marie Ange, hereby swear that I will perform my function as a member of the Pan-African Parliament to the best of my ability and with honor and dignity in the service of the peoples of Africa. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union and will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by law established, and I will promote adherence to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. So help me God.
From Rwanda, Honorable Pelagie Uwera.
I, Pelagie Uwera, hereby swear that I will perform my functions as a member of the Pan-African Parliament to the best of my ability and with honor and dignity in the service of the people of Africa. I will be faithful and bear the allegiance to the African Union and will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the Protocol to the treaty established the African Economic Committee relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by law established, and I will promote adherence to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. So help me God.
Honorable President, this brings to an end the list of verified new members to the Pan-African Parliament to be sworn in at this fourth ordinary session of the sixth Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament.
Can we come in? Can I? Oh, Africain, oh, aujourd'hui nous nous inclinons auprès de vous. On a besoin de l'éternel Dieu pour venir conclure vraiment tous nos problèmes. L'Afrique berceau de l'humanité. Aujourd'hui, berceau de la mort. Neme alani wele. Wele la. Neme alani. Ole kosam. Tout. Africa, oh yeah. Oh, mm. In the sun, yeah. In the sun, in the sun, Africa, in the sun. Tu viens de loin, ça peut vous dire que l'Afrique a fait l'union de la France. Quand je vous vois ici, je pense à mon Afrique.
On a toujours pour les gars. Quand tu m'as dit que mon Afrique, il s'en va. Africa, il s'en va. Il s'en va. Il s'en va.
Thank you very much for that speech. Honorable members, the proceedings are now suspended for 15 minutes to allow the Bureau to welcome our guest of honor. Sorry, I'm advised before we break, we give opportunity to the clerk to make a very important announcement. Thank you. Further advised that I should say, honorable members, in accordance with Rule 8, Sub-Rule 5, which states that where a vacancy is created under Sub-Rule 1 or 4, the President shall, upon the advice of the Secretariat, declare the vacancy before the House. I am hereby declaring vacant the position of the first Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament. I shall now call upon the Northern Regional Caucus, in accordance with Rule 15.1 and 3 of the PAP Rules of Procedure, to present two candidates ensuring equal representation of men and women, and to submit to the clerk the nomination form prescribed in Appendix A, not later than 6 hours before the time fixed for elections. Honorable members, the proceedings are now suspended for 15, and it's 15, not 16, it's 15 minutes to allow the Bureau to welcome our guest of honor. Thank you very much.
20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called
African jazz. Oliver. You come bend on me so. You come bend on me in Africa, just Africa, not Africa, no go canisa técnico, Africa, you like Kinshasa, na matadie, kwena I'm Semani, Brazil, come, Igana Gine, Mokiri, Balingi, Africa, Africa, just Africa, ilaka na Kinshasa na matadie pena Kisangani, Igana Gine, Bena Mari, Balingi Africa, Africa. Yeah, we are crying in DRC. Please, the president, to stop in the east. He been for us. Please, we cry too much. We pray. Africa Sharia Company. Nake. Kanisa deni. Na kichasa na mataye. Sangani, Balingi Africa, Africa. Thank you very much. Salif. Africa, 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 Africa. Africa, 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 Africa. Ça fait rêver, ça fait vibrer, ça fait danser. Africa, ça fait rêver, ça fait vibrer, ça fait danser. Africa. La Sénégal, Yaoundé, Africa, 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 Africa. C'est sa façon de se manger beaucoup. C'est ses chansons, manger beaucoup, danser beaucoup. Américain, c'est que c'est les veilles, les Africa, Africa. Yeah. Two. Thank you very much. The Parliament of Africa. Ya shake, ya no, ya foot, ya fufu, ya coco, ya shake, ya yesa, ya mesa, esa compte, ya coco, manger. Quand tu me fais qu'il a babela mamela ni bela komako, amele, Africa. Senegali fizali namba ni kuruma bela komako, amele, Africa, 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 Africa. Africa, Africa.
Yes.
Ensemble. Ok, jazz. Ok, jazz.
Les petits micros, ça, on a ayaroué.
Nalinga mibali kasi na suki nafukami paina pesanga shonga singa na wepa libali ele komina sepelaka nasengi na nzambe asunga ngai na shongo songa kasimate na milaliza na mikaba satana na mikaba satana. Yeah, ça c'est la rumba congolia. Kinshasa, the capital of rumba, the entire world. Jela, etusangana, nalinga kasi na suki, nafuka shonga singana Sabelaka
Satana, Nani Zote goma nistasana kama Zote ngai Simama Shongo Simama na samwe Kanisa mona bisana Sapa Nani Soto como Sasana Kama Soto Langai Simama Shongo La Sambo Mona Bisona Se Papa Kasanjingoye Samatiti Asaloe Nan Mayele batama Mayele batata Faba Yo camarada papa Osite Yo camarada papa Osite Yo camarada na biso Osite
Mama Titi, Mama Pasteur. Kashan, kashan. Na South Africa, na South Africa, parlementaire. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, honorable members, distinguished guests, may we all take our seats. The guest of honor is about to enter the chamber. Honorable members, honorable members, distinguished guests, the President and the guests of honor, you all remain standing until after the AU anthem and the anthem of Belarus.
and celebrate together. There is a song for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together, to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, feliz el día del African, shall be solemn, shall be ciel. That's where Africa will be. Let's all unite and sing together to uphold the bond of flame and destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for peace and justice on earth. Filhos da África, essência do sol, essência do céu, façamos da África flor da vida. Let us all unite and talk together to give the best we have to Africa. And bring along mankind in front of culture. Our pride and hope a break of dawn. Yeah, Africa, assumption, do sama. Africa, Shahjahan to Ayat.
Please be seated. Wait. Honorable members of the Bureau of Vice Presidents, honorable members of Parliament, and our dignitaries who have joined us. May I proceed by first acknowledging our dignitaries in the room, in the chamber. I will later on introduce in more detail His Excellency Ego Segeyenko, Chairman, we call him Speaker of the House of Representatives of the National Assembly of Belarus, is in this chamber. Thank you. Honorable Anna Tandi Moraka, Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation of the Government of South Africa. She's over there. This one is very familiar to you. And it's a good morning this morning. We have in the chamber, Honorable, our former Vice President, recently member of the Bureau, who was the fourth Vice President, is in the chamber. Honorable Notoume Ango is one of our special guests during this session. We also have His Excellency Ambassador and the Dean of African Ambassador, Ambassador Andre Zapayeke. Now, this one is a first. We've previously invited the diaspora to PAP. This morning, we have Honorable Dr. Louis Georges Tin. He's the Prime Minister of the State of the African Diasporan Parliament. Then we have other ambassadors. I know the ambassadors in this chamber. We acknowledge all the excellencies in this chamber. And online to present some messages later on, we have His Excellency Remy Ngoi, Chairman of the African Commission of Human Rights. We have the President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, His Excellency President Roger Massien. We also have the President of ECOSOC, Kariu Badali, also online. Thank you very much. You can clap for them for being present.
At this point in the proceedings, I wish to invite the Honorable President to deliver his official statement.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. May I once more recognize the Vice Presidents of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Dr. Gayo, Honorable Jida, Honorable Lucia Passos in absentia. I recognize His Excellency, the President of the House of Representatives of the National Assembly of the Republic of Belarus, who is our guest of honor. Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation in the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Anna Tandi Moraka. The Dean of the African Ambassadors in the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Andre Zapayeke. Members of the diplomatic corps present here, the Prime Minister of the Parliament of the State of the African Diaspora, Honorable Dr. Louis George Steen, the Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, Mrs. Lindwe Kumalo, representatives of the Department of International Relations and Cooperation of South Africa here present, and I've seen Dr. Ndimeni, distinguished resource persons, invited guests, members of the media fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends. I want to request that we observe a minute of silence in honor of the 40 men and women who were killed in Chad following an attack by Boko Haram insurgents on a military base in Bakram. The Pan-African Parliament stands in solidarity with the government and people of Chad during these difficult times. Let us also remember the innocent civilians who are victims of terrorism, violent extremism, and conflicts across Africa, Sudan, DRC, the Sahel region, the Great Lakes, among others. Can we observe a moment of silence? Thank you. As Pan-African Parliament, honorable members, guests of honor, we can do more to contribute to the promotion of peace, security, stability on this continent. We can do more as Pan-African Parliament. And I want to implore upon you that even during the next 2 weeks, we try and find ways that PAP can play a more assertive role as parliamentarians under the practice of parliamentary democracy, parliamentary diplomacy. We are, on this continent, the only institution which permeates every country to the grassroots. We have 5 representatives from each country, from the national parliaments. And these national parliaments are linked to every community, to every village on the continent. And the dinos, the diplomatic corps, listening to this will also help us to make other member states appreciate that role and see that our MPs are given the proper leverage to perform. And in the absence of proper support to PAP, that cannot be realized. We will not forget Palestine on the issues of peace and security. We continue to stand with Palestine, with the Palestine cause. As Pan-African Parliament, every opportunity we should make it clear that we support Palestine in their quest for their own territory, which is well projected in the two-state solution. And that is coming from the UN itself. When the United Nations and the AU endorse a particular peace initiative, we as PAP, it's our duty to promote and work closely to ensure that we promote that. And we do that under Article 3.2 of the PAP protocol, which enjoins us to promote principles of human rights and democracy. So by supporting Palestine, we are within our mandate. Honorable members, our guests of honor, we have come back after our September committee session and the July session. You will all agree that we now stand proudly before you today because there is no doubt that now we are fully functional as PAP. We are now carrying out activities, and this plenary session is a testimony that we are back to full operation, and we need to be heard, and our thrust and impact on the continent should be visible and be seen clearly. The citizens keep assessing the Union and the Pan-African Parliament, and they keep asking questions as to the relevance of our institutions, whether the African Union or Pan-African Parliament. But I think we need to say, fortunately now, we are not standing here, we are not meeting to lament issues of the past. We are now proudly saying, PAP, we are moving forward, and let's move forward. Our message to everybody on the continent and beyond is that without a parliament in any governance structure, there can be no accountability. Parliaments exist for a very clear purpose. And in the absence of a parliament, even imagine in your own country, imagine there was no parliament. It would be chaotic. There would be no accountability. I think the corruption we complain about would have been worse. Parliament are checking on the excesses of those who govern, those who have powers to govern, whether at national, at regional, or at continental level. A parliament is indispensable. And that's why, after 41 years of existence of the OAU, they all agreed, 2001 in CELT, that they need to pass this protocol establishing the Pan-African Parliament. After 41 years, they realized that there was a missing link in the OAU, now AU. And without a parliament, the AU, which is the OAU then, was paying lip service to the article in the Constitutive Act of the AU itself. The Constitutive Act of the African Union says the Union should promote democratic principles and institutions and the popular participation and good governance. You can't promote democratic principles and institutions and the popular participation and good governance without a parliament. I'm simply saying we have a very critical mandate and reason for existence, very, very critical. We are the ones that can bring the change to this continent to ensure that we even realize the objectives of Agenda 2063. That is our document. In terms of implementation, and we are enjoying ourselves in our own mandate as PAP that we should facilitate implementation of AU principles. So Agenda 2063 is ours to ensure that we facilitate implementation. We follow up on the issues of oversight. Are we oversighting that Agenda 2063 or not? Why are we not doing it? If we are not, can we come back and go back the reasons why we are not doing it? I will not remind you again the mandate of PAP, which is to ensure full participation of the African people in the economic development and integration of the continent. Are we, as PAP, ensuring the full participation of the African peoples in the economic development and integration of the continent? That's our mandate, and we are here for 2 weeks, starting today, tomorrow, Friday, next week again, Friday, working on this. Minister from DECO, we are happy you enable us to do our work. And we are here for 2 weeks, focusing on these issues, going ahead with our mandate. And indeed, Minister, you'll be happy to hear that after some breaks and jerks in our operations of PAP, we are really now everywhere. Despite budgetary constraints, we have defied the budgetary odds, and we have held, our committees are out there permeating into the continent to fulfill the mandate. Minister, you may want to know that we recently had a Human Rights Committee, Justice, the Bureau in Tanzania, Arusha, sharing working mechanisms between the court and the human rights side and in this parliament. We managed to participate as PAP at the UN Summit of the Future. Fortunately, we were even given space as PAP. We are recognized. There was a forum where we were discussing, a dialogue forum, and PAP sat on that forum and other presentations. We've concluded an advocacy mission for the ratification of protocols on persons with disabilities and the elderly, as well as social protection and social security of the African Union. We did this in Cote d'Ivoire. Something over the past 4 years had not happened. We had gone silent. Now we are there for Cote d'Ivoire. We have also had we are part of the 37 network of the African national human rights institutions. And this we have done. We were part of the colloquium on realizing economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa with a focus on the rights to education. This was in Banjul, the Gambia. as Pan-African Parliament. In Zimbabwe, Victoria Falls, we held a workshop of awareness and sensitization on the model law on food and nutrition security in Africa. Our audit committee paid a visit to Uganda to benchmark on audit issues. And then a workshop with the Committee on Cooperation and Trade. They were in Tanzania pursuing issues of statelessness and citizenship. And also in Tanzania, a workshop on the Committee on Trade on the validation of model law on labor on the continent. Other activities with the FCTA, but as you can see, Minister, if I were to continue, I would spend the whole afternoon going through this list. So I'm simply saying we are back to functionality and we need your support. We paid a visit because of the reforms. We are performing, we are really trying our best, but there are a number of challenges, serious ones. Budget, if I went through figures, you will see that we are seriously underfunded. For example, this plenary session costs about 1.3 million, but the budget for it is 450, which we were given. Fortunately, when we lobbied for supplementary, I'm happy to say supplementary budget, honorable members, came out very well. We were given about 90% of our entitlement for the supplementary budget. And the minister, that is enables us to meet for the 2 weeks. I think that one we should clap. That one is important. That on the supplementary budget, this time, the PRC acted much better. But there are other institutional bottlenecks. And these are very serious, Minister. I'm referring to you because you are key to communicating this message to the other structures or organs of the African Union. One, PAP is not being enabled to perform because of institutional, policy, legal bottlenecks. One, the protocol provides that we consider the budget of the African Union. We debate it, we make recommendations, it then goes back to Addis before it is approved by the policy organs. This is not taking place. Any parliament, and you are a minister, you know this, any parliament's business of oversight requires that from time to time we call the heads of commissions and other units within the AU to come to this parliament to account on certain issues and even answer questions. We have had serious problems in getting commissioners to come and answer on issues of agriculture. It can be health, transport, even finance budget. Yeah, that limits the parliament in terms of its oversight function. I will not talk of recruitment bottlenecks currently. I will not talk of funding issues, operations of the Bureau, MPs, conditions under which they operate, all those who share at a meeting that we have agreed will take place. And we therefore went to meet, I led a team is 2 weeks ago to Kenya to meet the president of Kenya, His Excellency William Ruto, is the head of the reforms in the African Union. So we wanted to present to him, and we did present to him the issues of this parliament. And we shared with him the following. The absence of legislative powers does constrain us in being a parliament in certain areas with teeth. Our oversight function and representative function need to be supported in the reforms, because currently AU commissions escape oversight. They escape oversight. And that is bad for accountability. And the whole issue of being democratic and allowing people to participate in the AU systems is compromised. And oversight by PAP is not duplication. When there's a Ministry of International Relations like yours, and in our PAP we also have Committee on International Relations, when that committee oversees you, it is performing a totally different function from the ministry. But this confusion is very wide and deep at the AU. And we shared also that the committees at PAP are not enabled to function. When you queue committees' activities, then it means you have basically taken the heart out of a human being, and the consequences are obvious. It's a long list of reform issues, which again we share with you, that we need to reposition Pan-African Parliament, Minister, to be able to perform its duties as a parliament. The whole issue, the principle, the doctrine of separation of powers, checks and balances. In the AU, I can say the issue of checks and balances is missing. And that's why even the people question the AU. The public, the citizens question the AU and say, what does it do? What is it delivering? Because there are no visible mechanisms of oversight, which is the checks and the balances. When we do pronouncements of the Agenda 2063, the person who designs and drafts and develops the agenda cannot be themselves to evaluate themselves again. Some institution like a parliament should then come and report. Despite all this, we are confident that we are moving forward. We will never move backwards as PAP. We represent the people. And we get energy from the fact that the people look to us for progress. We have therefore been developing a PAP strategic plan 2024 to 2028. We held a 2-day workshop, Friday and Saturday, last week. And this was very successful. And it's also the approach is to ensure that members of parliament themselves develop the plan. They don't know to just hear about it. And we will be, during this session, debating the strategic plan, which will position us in a particular direction to contribute to the union agenda. And we promise you to achieve that. We'll also, Minister, work on our image. Our image has been battered in the past, but I want to say, I think the dust on the face has now been removed. We are now even applying some lotion on our face because the dust is taken off. We are now moving, our image is better. That's why our supplementary budget was well considered by the African Union this time, because they also have a better view of the Pan-African Parliament. One of the things that we should deliver during this session is to conclude the issue of rules, amendment of rules of procedure. It's not a secret. We did rules, and the AU, or the Legal Council, gave an opinion that there were violations to the protocol. We are moving forward. We don't want to move backwards. We are saying whatever is considered a violation. Lawyers may argue differently, but we don't want to get into arguments that will take us backwards. All the violations that they say are violations, we are removing them so that we move ahead. The violations have to be removed from our rules. And that we promise you that when you meet in February next year, there should be a report which says the Pan-African Parliament cleaned their rules to remove all the violations. And we stand proudly that we want to eliminate all the bottlenecks for performance. Otherwise, I want at this stage to say we have all the confidence that we perform. Our ambassadors here representing member states, the Dean representing member states, please be assured that this Parliament is back on feet, is running, and now our activities are speaking loudly that we are back and we'll move forward. And with the support from the ambassadors, member states, the support from the ambassadors yourselves and foreign ministries, this Parliament will be the Parliament that any other Parliament can emulate and say we want to be like PAP. I thank you very much. Our guests of honor, honorable members, we have people, institutions, organizations that we work with from time to time. And it's now time to give an opportunity to institutions that we invariably have to work with. And these will give solidarity messages. And I'll start with the Dean of Ambassadors, His Excellency Ambassador Andre Zapaeke. No, sorry, he's just coming again. He gave me a list, now he's changing the list. Sorry, Your Excellency. He's telling me to start with, and which is proper actually, Honorable Anna Tandi Moraka, Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Republic of South Africa, to deliver the welcome remarks.
Your Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, His Excellency Chief Fortune Zephaniah Charumbira, the Dean of the African Ambassadors, Your Excellency Ambassador Andrea Nzapayeke, the presiding officers of the AU ECOSOC who are facilitating for the virtual participation of other participants, Mr. Khalil Baudari, the chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, whom I'm told that is participating in this parliament virtually as well, Honorable Remy Ngoi Lumbu, the Speaker of the Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum, His Excellency Roger Maindiense, who have graced us with his presence here today, the Chairperson of the House of Representatives of the National Assembly of Belarus, Your Excellency Igor Sengeyenko, honorable members of the Bureau who are present here today, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is indeed both a privilege and a profound honor for me to stand here before you today to deliver my maiden speech in this august house, representing our beautiful country, South Africa, on behalf of our president, who could not be here with us today, but he has delegated us at DERCO to come and deliver this address on behalf of the people of South Africa. Let me also take this opportunity to congratulate the newly sworn-in members of PAP, whom they've taken oath this morning to serve the people of the Pan-African Parliament with diligence. Congratulations, honorable members, to all of you. Honorable President, it is indeed my honor and a privilege to report to your good self that as the Deputy Minister in the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, I'm just being delegated the responsibility to deal with Africa as a whole. And PAP, it will be part and parcel of the project that I pay the much needed attention so that all of us working together, we can restore this glorious parliament to what it used to be. Allow me also, Honorable President, to join those who have really congratulated the President-elect of the people of Botswana, President Duma Boko, and also thank the people of Botswana in the manner in which they've exercised their democratic right in choosing the government of their own. And also, indeed, President, democracy, it is maturing in that part of the continent. It is indeed in this parliament that the realization of the slogan that says African solution to African problems will be realized, that was echoed by the Ghanaian political economist in 1993, Mr. George Aitei. Mr. President, the contribution of the Pan-African Parliament to the AU and the continent at large cannot be underestimated, with some of the key initiatives such as the recent fact-finding mission by the Pan-African Parliament Committee on Trade, Customs and Immigration Matters in Tanzania, and also an initiative on the representation of the PAP Committee on Justice and Human Rights at the 81st Ordinary Session of African Commission on Human and People's Rights that took place in Banjul, and the election observer missions that continues to go every time when we have elections in the country to make sure that elections that we hold in the continent really does reflect the will of the people in those respective countries. Indeed, Mr. President, I wish to commend the Pan-African Parliament on its initiatives of 2024 that addressed the 2024 theme of the AU under the following theme: Educate an African Fit for the 21st Century, wherein we are building resilient education systems for an increased access to inclusivity and lifelong quality and relevant learning for the African children, close quote. Mr. President, most of the representatives present here will agree with me that the outcomes of the deliberations of this very parliament contributed immensely to our national strategies that addresses the gaps on education that were created by different circumstances where we have seen our children being disadvantaged in this regard. Mr. President, Africa does not only need educated citizens, but citizens with quality education that can contribute to social cohesion and conflict resolution mechanisms, wherein we are going to be promoting matters of peace and stability in the region, and also an education that fosters a sense of identity, unity, and shared values amongst Africans and the 6th region of Africa's diaspora. Allow me to also applaud the initiative of the Bureau to strengthen the collaboration between the Pan-African Parliament and the 6th region. Indeed, Honorable President, I need to report to this august House that immediately after my appointment, I happened to attend the 6th Region Preparatory Conference of the 9th Pan-African Congress that took place in Salvador in Brazil this year. It was clear, President, in that conference that the outcome of that conference will help us as the people of the continent in a collective reflection of the process to deal with issues of reparatory justice. This issue of the reparatory justice will really help us to deal with the issues of colonialism and slave trade and the transatlantic slave trade that used to happen in the past. And it can be correct that we are only seeing the Caribbeans and the Pacific Islands being vocal on this matter. It's high time that as Africans, we need to join those CARICOM's members in this progressive call for reparatory justice. Mr. President, South Africa has always regarded this House as a key institution towards contributing to the work of national parliaments, including sharing of contributions and decisions that have been advanced by this very same parliament. The model laws crafted and adopted by this organ truly exemplifies the triumph in a Pan-African Parliament excellence, which becomes a voice for almost 1.5 billion people of the African continent. Indeed, Mr. President, of equal importance is the African Union's membership of the G20, which gives an opportunity for Africa and its diaspora to be part of an inclusive developmental agenda that this multilateral forum is bringing to the continent. It is indeed an honor and a privilege, Mr. President, to report to this august House that South Africa will commence with its presidency of the G20 in the coming month, which is December 2024. And we are making a call to all of you as the people of the Pan-African Parliament to utilize the presidency of South Africa to your own advantage. Mr. President, the AU's developed the African Free Continental Trade Area so that we can enhance the intra-African trade, and it has also created a model that unifies the African markets and also promotes development and encourages investment opportunities for sustainable development for the continent of Africa. This Parliament has impressively taken on its thematic issue, this excellent collaboration and the partnership of the AFCFTA initiative. In conclusion, Mr. President, I wish you all the best in the deliberations of the 4th ordinary session of the 6th Parliament, and also express my government's recognition of the pivotal role played by the AU organ of the Pan-African Parliament. Indeed, I'm also certain that the discussions will be robust, constructive, and also fruitful for the continent of Africa. Once again, I welcome all of you here in this august House on behalf of the people of South Africa, and I wish that you are going to experience a pleasant stay in South Africa with the people of South Africa, that we all know that they are warm and welcoming to all of you. Thank you, Mr. President. I want to say asante sana, merci beaucoup, muito obrigado. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Another round of applause. I'm happy that your speech shows that you understand PAP issues very well. Our next speech of solidarity will come from His Excellency Ambassador Andre Zapaeke, Dean of African Ambassadors, accredited to South Africa.
Good afternoon. Please allow me to recognize some of us here, particularly Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, the Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Anna Tandi, Moraka, Deputy Minister in the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, representing the government of South Africa, our host country. Honorable Speaker of the Parliament of Belarus, guests of honor of the Pan-African Parliament, welcome to South Africa, welcome to Africa, welcome to the country of Nelson Mandela. Excellency Dr. Louis George Tin, Prime Minister of the African Diaspora. As you know, the 6th region of the African Union, honorable members of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Andre Zapaike, Ambassador of the Central African Republic, but standing here in my capacity as Dean of the African Diplomatic Corps to bring a message of support to the Pan-African Parliament. First of all, allow me to congratulate our African countries for the continued progress they are making in the areas of democracy, human rights, and rule of law. Our congratulations go particularly to a country like Botswana for the recent democratically election of their new leaders. Many elections are yet to come, like in Namibia soon. And we pray God to continue inspiring our people and leaders to ensure respect of the rule of law during the coming election processes. Besides elections, the coming year will also be an important year for the continent, with the African Union becoming full member of the G20 Sorry, my phone is becoming a full member of the G20 and South Africa sharing these organizations and also organizing for the first time a G20 summit on African soil. This will give the continent the opportunity to push its key agendas. This parliament can play a role to make this possible by encouraging national legislatures to owe the G20 processes as well as the principles of African unity and regional integration. To do so, the Pan-African Parliament deserves the support of all of us, mainly the support of our states, the founding members of the Pan-African Parliament. The coming year will be a critical year for the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement amid growing insecurity in many parts of the continent and of the world. Many items will be on the agenda of the continent, such as the next COP scheduled to take place soon in Azerbaijan, and also the negotiations about the reform of the UN Security Council. The next African Union Commission should put on its agenda the strengthening of the role of the continent as a key player in the world. For that, priority should be given to the implementation of the African Free Trade Agreement and to the solving of the many peace and security challenges that weaken the capacity of many countries to build strong nations. Your role as representative of the 2 billion men and women on the continent is crucial and is to lead Africa safely into the new area of multilateralism. Welcome to the representative of the African diaspora. The African Group of Diplomatic Missions has put in place a strong working tie with ambassadors of the 6th region of Africa, mainly ambassadors of the Caribbean and Latin American countries, where we found a sizable number of African descendants. As always, the PAP can be assured of the full support of the 50 African heads of diplomatic missions based in South Africa. The world is more and more characterized by insecurity, including food insecurity. Time has come for our people to realize that our fate is in our own hands. The expectations of our population are high, and the national parliament, as well as the Pan-African Parliament, should be at the forefront. We are delighted to take note of the fact that the Pan-African Parliament is back on track and stands strongly for what it was meant for, that is, to be a symbol of unity and cooperation between African nations and to promote the ideals of Pan-Africanism and regional integration. Thank you for that. President Charumbira, thank you, the members of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament and all honorable parliamentarians who show clearly how they are dedicated to the Pan-African Parliament. To conclude, let me say this. If we Africans, we are united, we will stand. And the Africa we want will be at the end of the tunnel. On behalf of my colleagues, ambassadors, those who are in this room, and those who could not be here due to their work agenda, I wish you all a very productive session, and more specifically, we wish to the President of the Pan-African Parliament to continue being the good visionary he is for Pan-African Parliament and for the continent. As last word, I would like to wish to the guests of honor a wonderful stay in South Africa, the land of Nelson Mandela. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Excellency Ambassador Zapaeke. Another round of applause. I now call upon for a solidarity message, Dr. Louis Georges Tin, Prime Minister of the State of African Diaspora, SOAD, Parliament.
Dear President of the Pan-African Parliament, dear Deputy Minister of DIRCO, dear Vice Presidents of the PAP, dear Presidents of the regional caucuses, dear distinguished guests, including the Dean of Ambassadors, the Speaker of Belarus, dear members of the Parliament, I want to pay my respects to all of you. Let me introduce myself, if you don't mind. My name is Dr. Louis Georges Tin, and I'm the Prime Minister of the State of the African Diaspora. SOAD is the acronym. And I'm coming from Martinique in the French West Indies. Officially, I'm French. In fact, I am African. Thank you. I am delivering this speech today on behalf of our government and also on behalf of our parliament, led by His Excellency Melvin Brown, coming from Panama. So, first of all, I would like to commend the head of state of the African Union, who in 2003 unanimously adopted a visionary resolution. That the resolution states that the African diaspora is the sixth region of Africa. That region alone includes 350 million people all over the world. In Brazil only, you already have 100 million people of African descent. So, some of these people left Africa 1, 2, 3 generations ago as migrants. Others left Africa in a context of slavery when they were deported 200, 300, 400, 500 years ago, but all of them are of African descent. So that is the population we are representing, and it's our honor to be here with you, speaking with all the regions of Africa. Thank you very much. Several years later, I received the support of Her Excellency Dlamini Zuma, who was then, as you remember, the chair of the African Union and of the Commission of the African Union. And I would like to take this opportunity to send my greetings to the South African delegation, who is hosting the Parliament today, of course. Then, after she gave me this inspiration to work on the diaspora, we also received the support of the President of the African Union. In that time, it was the President of Mauritania. So let me also send my greetings to the Mauritanian delegation and to the North African Caucus. Thank you. And the President of Mauritania, as the President of the African Union, gave me a mandate to create a body to represent the African diaspora, to give substance, I quote his words. So that's why he invited me to the summit of the head of state, which happened in 2018 on July the 1st. And then I was invited to present the constitution of the state of the African diaspora. Based on this constitution, Then we created the institutions. So first of all, the cabinet, which I'm leading with the two vice prime ministers, Her Excellency Keturah Amoako from UK, and His Excellency Hugh Johnson from Jamaica. Then we created also our parliament, the SOAD Parliament, led by Melvin Brown from Panama, as I said. We also have a royal chamber because we need to pay a tribute to our kings and queens on the continent. And this institution is co-chaired by Queen IG and also by Chief Charombira himself. And I want to thank him so much for accepting this position. That's quite a honor for us. Then, beyond the institution, we created some programs of action in all sectors of activity, from economy to finance, from mines to energy, from education to health, etc. So basically, we are a state without borders, and our mission, as you understand, is to reinforce Africa through the diaspora and the diaspora through Africa. So you may ask, why is the purpose of my presence here? I would say, first of all, we would like to bring a political contribution to the continent. Because, in fact, this is what Pan-Africanism is all about. When the continent and the diaspora can work together and make significant decisions for themselves in a state of full sovereignty. This is what Pan-Africanism is all about. So, we would like also to bring an economic, social, and cultural contribution to the continent. That's why we have secured agreements with many financial partners, and that these funds are available for all the delegations here, for all the countries of Africa. These funds are non-refundable funds, and they are meant to support African countries in a context of climate disasters. We can see, of course, all the things that are happening everywhere, floods, droughts, etc. So these funds are made available. I hope I can have a discussion with South Africa, but also with all the countries here, because we would like to also contribute with our financial resources for all of you. So that's also something we would like to contribute to. So I will remain here 2 weeks. I'm sure we will have time, to discuss more. And I don't want to forget also about heritage. So that's why we started a campaign on the restitution of our artifacts. I'm so glad, Her Excellency, that you brought the topic of reparation. We do believe in reparation, and we managed to have restitution of the artifacts of Benin. And hello to the Beninese delegation here. So we work with President Talon, and we would like to do for the other countries of Africa what we have already done for Benin, because it's not only a matter of culture, it's a matter of sovereignty. So that's why we do believe in reparation and restitution. So before finishing my speech, I would like to salute again, in particular, Chief Fortune Charombira, who has given his support to us for 3 years now. Also, I would like to salute, of course, Honorable Suleiman Saho. Also, His Excellency Alaiji Mbao, who is the head of the ECOWAS caucus. And we wouldn't be here if it were not for them. Thank you. And also, allow me to conclude this session, this presentation, with the phrase that we always say in our government at the end of a meeting. We always say, Uhuru Africa, Uhuru Diaspora. So as we know in Swahili, that means freedom. And Swahili is one of our official languages. So if you want to say with me, Uhuru Africa, Uhuru Diaspora. So let's say together, Uhuru Africa, Uhuru Diaspora. And happy birthday to Pap. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Diaspora. Thank you, the Prime Minister. Another round of applause. We now move to virtual presentations. We start with Mr. Khalil Baudali, the presiding officer of the AU ECOSOC.
Excellencies, Honorable Chief Fortune Shambira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Excellency Honorable Madam Anna Tandi Mowaka, Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Republic of South Africa, Excellency Igor Tirichenko, Chairman of the House of Representatives of National Assembly of Belarus, in our guest of honor, Excellency Ambassador Andrei Zapayeki, Dean of African Ambassadors, Honorable Remy Lumbo, Chairperson of the African Commission on Human Rights and Human and People's Rights, Excellency Roger Mansian, Speaker of the Southern African Development Community Parliament Forum, Honorable Dr. Louis George Tin, Prime Minister of African Diaspora Parliament, Honorable members of the Bureau and members of the Pan-African Parliament, esteemed clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, Ms. Lindwi Kamalu, Excellencies, distinguished guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a profound privilege to stand before you today at the fourth ordinary session of the 6th Parliamentarian of the Pan-African Parliament of the African Union. On behalf of the Economic, Social, and Cultural Council, allowed me to extend the highest commendations and heartfelt congratulations to His Excellency, the Honorable Chief Fortune Shambira, President of the African Parliament, for his exemplary and visionary leadership in steering the Pan-African Parliament. Your distinguished stewardship, alongside the POP's diligent efforts of the Bureau and Secretariat, reflects an unwavering commitment to the noble vision of the transformed Africa driven by education and empowerment. Allowed me also to extend the warm congratulations to the newly sworn members of the African Parliament. I'm sure that their commitment marks a significant step forward in representing our upholding the aspiration of the African people. Excellencies, honorable members, distinguished guests, guided by the African Union Continental Education Strategy 2016-2015, the Education 2030 Framework for Action, the AU UNESCO Continental Report, and the joint AU-UNICEF report on education transformation. It is evident that African member states has made considerable policy advancements to ensure equitable access to education for every African child. Remarkable progress has been achieved in school enrollments and rotations, as well as in enhancing quality and completion rates at the primary and secondary levels. Efforts to increase access to primary education, adult literacy, and long life learning has gained momentum. Notably, school feeding programs have been significant budget expansion, with the low-income countries increasing their national allocation from 17% to 33%, and the lower mid-income countries funding 88% of school meal programs domestically. Yet, Excellencies, despite this accomplishment, the scale of education challenges remain vast, with an estimated 98 million of our school children in Africa and the learning poverty rate of 86%. The continent faces an urgent need for action. Alarmingly, 9 out of 10 children are unable to comprehend a simple text by age 10, a crisis exacerbated by the COVID-19. To meet universal primary and secondary education by 2030, Africa will require an additional 17 million teachers. The Economic, Social, and Cultural Council stands resolutely in solidarity with the Pan-African Parliament in shaping an Africa where education is not a privilege, but it's universal rights. The African Union then calls for sustainable investment in education, emphasizing on STEM, fundamental literacy, numeracy, and innovative learning technologies. Through straight-in partnership, we aim to align education system with labor market demands, bolster equitable access, and uplift girls, women, youth, and persons with disability to realize their full potentials. Your Excellencies, honorable members, distinguished guests, African sons and daughters are counting on our parliamentarians as the voices of their constituents, bear a critical responsibility in advancing or advocating for legislative initiatives that foster educational advancement, robust infrastructure, and essential resources through member states. The Pan-African Parliament serves as the vital forum for this advocacy, emphasizing the necessity of increased national education budget, sustainable school feeding programs, and critical infrastructure development. Legislators are called to elevate their efforts by enacting progress laws in ensuring the allocation of adequate funding to meet these urgent needs. In this context, ECOSOC as a committed and people-centered institution reinforces its dedication to these activities and objectives, drawing up the collective strength of local communities to NGOs and CSOs, amplifying the voices of Africans, populace, and driven meaningful progress across the continent. Your Excellencies, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, our ECOSOC Cluster Committee will continue their collaboration with PAPS Committee to ensure the successful implementation of the AU policies and programs. By harnessing synergies, complementarity, and the distinctive strength of each entity, we have achieved impactful engagement across multiple platforms. We anticipate that coming years will deepen this partnership, culminated in the finalization and the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between ECOSOC and PAPS this year. ECOSOC once again appeals for the ratification of the Malabo Protocol, an essential step toward empowering PAPS as a fully legislative entity of the African Union, thereby amplifying its capacity to drive impactful reform. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, in my closing, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Pan-African Parliament on the commencement of this fourth session of the Sixth Parliament, and congratulate through this assembly and the unwavering effort of the AU bodies. We move steadfastly toward the Africa we envision, and we want an Africa that is prosperous, inclusive, and equitable for the future. And I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my brother, Mr. Kariu Baudari, presiding officer of ECOSOC. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I now give you opportunity for a presentation by Honorable Remy Ngoi Lumbu, Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Virtual presentation. Thank you.
Ouais, merci beaucoup. I thank you. My name is Remy Ngoi Lumbu. I am from the Democratic Republic of Congo, and I am the chairperson of the African Commission of Human and People's Rights. I recognize my friend Charumbira, who is a big human rights defender in this continent. And in his capacity as the chairperson of the Pan-African Parliament, I want to recognize also that Charumbira is an African Union institutions defender. I can myself testify your capacity to call for democracy in AU systems institutions. Having said that, I will move now in French to deliver my statement. Excellence, fortunes of
Excellency, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Mr. Charumbira, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished clerk, and I will not forget to recognize all the guests of honor who have succeeded at the rostrum, starting with Mr. Moraka, Vice Minister in charge of international relations and cooperation in the Republic of South Africa, and also Andre, who is the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps in South Africa, and Mr. Kudali, the Chairperson of ECOSOC, Mr. Roger Massien, the Chairperson of, or the Speaker of the SADC Parliament, and also Mr. Louis-Georges Tim, and also His Excellency Igor Shevchenko, who is the chairman of the House of Representatives of the National Assembly of Belarus. And I would like to join you because, as you know, the Commission, as I'm speaking to you, is holding its 80th extraordinary session, which will end on the 6th of the current month, or in a few days. And I would like at the outset to thank the important delegation of parliamentarians who have joined us in order to take part in the various meetings that we have organized on the fringe of our proceedings. I would like to thank them and thank you personally, Mr. President. And our wish is to see this cooperation develop and become sustainable in the forthcoming years. Nelson Mandela was saying that education is the most powerful weapon which we can use in order to change the world, and that the power of education is beyond the development of skills which we need in order to succeed at the economic level. Education can contribute to the construction of the nation and reconciliation among people. This is a central pillar of our agenda 2063. It plays a leading role in the achievement of the vision of Africa that we want. For example, the achievement of aspiration number 1 of Agenda 2063 stipulates a prosperous Africa that is guided by sustainable development. And Africa should invest significantly in education in order to develop the human capital and social capital through the promotion of education and skills, focusing on education and science and technology. The theme of this year is calling on all member states and stakeholders to unify their forces and energy in order to see to it that each child and each African youngster should be endowed with the necessary skills and opportunities in order to prosper within a world which is ever-changing. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my institution has already made a lot of efforts in the field of education. Let us start by recalling Article 1 of the Charter, which refers to the right and the duty of member states to protect and promote the achievement of human and people's rights, which stipulates that every individual, and here I'm moving to Article 5 of Paragraph 1, has the right to education. Every individual has the right to education. And since we have inaugurated the implementation of the African Charter, the African Commission has accompanied the institution by adopting a resolution 446, that is, the resolution on the right to education in Africa. This resolution urges African countries to see to it that all African countries, all the children who live in Africa should benefit from compulsory primary education and secondary education, and that members should provide financial resources and include them in their budget. It is within the responsibility of honorable parliamentarians, whenever adopting the budget, to see to it that Resolution 446 be implemented and included in the budget that is devoted to education. We have also adopted Resolution 347 in 2016 on the issues of human rights relating to African youth. In this resolution, we urge African countries to provide adequate resources for the setting up of effective institutions for the education of the youth in order to ensure a good quality of general education and the quality of vocational training. The Commission didn't stop there. It has adopted the 10 pillars on the implementation of social and cultural rights, and within this framework, we have given a content to Article 17, which allows governments to well implement it to education. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, for those who read the African Charter, Article 62 gives mandate to member states to submit two reports periodically to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. And in this framework, we receive from member states the report on the way they're implementing the right to education and the good practices which are theirs in this field. It is in this context that I can say that there are member states who are capable of providing and sharing their legislation and experience. This is the case with the Democratic Republic of Congo, which for a while now is implementing the system of free education, and President Di Chilombo is well placed to share this practice with member states of Africa. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa hosts the youngest population in the world, with more than 60% of the population aged under 25 years. So this is the reason why I would like to urge the honourable parliamentarians to spare no effort in order for, in their daily activities, accord or grant a particular attention to education through the laws that they adopt and through parliamentarian oversight that they exercise. Ladies and gentlemen, while we get close to the end of the year 2024, I would like to submit to you an important issue for reflection, for brainstorming. What are the measures that are necessary in order to educate Africans who will adapt to the 21st century? Before concluding, I would like to congratulate the members of the PAP Bureau for convening this fourth parliament, and would like to invite all the persons present here to commit themselves and dedicate themselves to the initiatives which are aimed at developing educational Africa adapted to the 21st century by focusing on the construction of resilient education systems for an increasing access to an inclusive learning and lasting and of a good and relevant quality for Africa. Let us mobilize ourselves for the mobilization of our national resources and encourage public-private partnership in order to develop and implement the theme that we have adopted together. So when our institution was created, PAP was not yet born. So we should work together in order to support this parliament, in order for all these initiatives and resolutions and models which will be proposed by this institution be implemented in Africa, and the right for education in Africa be more developed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
شكرا جزيلا معالي إيميكو لومبو لهذه الكلمة العميقة. والمحاضرة التالي سيكون معالي روجي مانسين رئيس مجموعة منتدى البرلمان لمجموعة الجنوب الإفريقي، وقد أرسل فيديو، ولكن هذا الشريط ليس واضحا كما أخبروني، لن يكون مفيدا وعليه، فالمتحدث التالي سيكون ضيف الشرف. وقبل ذلك فإنني أدعوه لأن يقدم كلمته. سأضيف جيف
Basi, 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 tuvueni tukaseme kweli, kila mtu na jirani yake. Basi, 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 tukaseme kweli, kila mtu na jirani yake. Maana sisi tu kila mtu kiungo, kiungo cha mwenzake, mwenzake. Basi, 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 tukaseme kweli, kila mtu jirani yake. Maana sisi tu viungo, kila mtu kiungo, kiungo cha mwenzake, mwenzake. Neno mtoke kinywani mwenu mwenu. Bali lili njema lifanye kuisikia, liwape baraka wanaosikia. Bali lili njema lifanye kuisikia, liwape baraka wanaosikia. Mumeishwa kwa damu ya Yesu kuwa wili umoja. Hakuna wala Muyunani kati yenu. Tuwe na hasira ila tusitende dhambi. Tuwe na hasira ila tusitende dhambi. Tuwe na hasira ila tusitende dhambi.
معالي النواب المعاورون للبرلماني الإفريقي وأعضاء هيئة المكتب ومعالي السفيرة آنا ماروكا وسفراءنا معالي السفراء الذين يقودهم عميد السفراء مع الاحتفاظ بالألقاب. أود بكل سرور الآن أن أنادي على معالي إيغو سيغينكو وهو
President of the House of Representatives of the National Assembly of Belarus to deliver the keynote address as guest of honor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my gratitude for the words of welcome you have just addressed to me as the head of delegation of the National Assembly of the Republic of Belarus. I sincerely thank you for the invitation to take part in the plenary session of the Pan-African Parliament. It's a great honor for me to represent my country and address members of such a parliamentary structure. For the first time in history, the national anthem was heard on one of the key bodies of the African Union. Much has changed since the founding of the Pan-African Parliament in 2004. Today, such an organization needs more resources, more dialogue, and more partners. The National Assembly of the Republic of Belarus is ready to closely cooperate with the Pan-African Parliament. We understand its goals aimed at resolving vital issues of the region's development. They are universal and in line with the spirit of the times. We welcome the efforts to implement Agenda 2063, ambitious, inspiring, and relevant for all African countries. Against the backdrop of large-scale geopolitical events, African continent is attracting increasing attention as a new center of power. We know very well that the strength of nations is not in capital, not in military power, not in ambitions, but in true values, in the desire for justice and faith in oneself. That is what the head of Belarusian state emphasizes. Belarusians, just like Africans, know where the attempts to impose foreign culture, foreign traditions, and ideologies may lead to. And we also treat historical memory, heritage of ancestors with the same care as Africans, because we understand that the lessons of the past help build a better future. Nations that have gone through a difficult historical past will always speak the same language, the language of friendship, trust, and support. We are interested in establishing substantive cooperation with the African Union and regional integration entities, as well as in using the advantage of the continental free trade area in implementing joint projects. We can significantly expand the scope of cooperation in those areas in which we have succeeded and have sufficient competencies. These are agriculture, food security, industry, education, science and technology, energy. Belarus is a manufacturer of the entire line of agricultural machinery, which has already proven itself well and is popular among African farmers. Our proposals for the supply of machinery and equipment are comprehensive and can form the basis of state projects for the mechanization of agriculture in African countries. The advantage of cooperation with Belarus is that we are ready to supply African partners not only traditional export goods, but to share our knowledge and technologies. This model has already proven its effectiveness. Thus, this year, Belarusian exports to African countries have grown almost 4 times. In 8 months, it amounted to almost $500 million, exceeding the annual figures of previous years. I'm confident that we can achieve more by participating in specialized Pan-African and regional programs. We also need to coordinate our efforts at all levels to reduce vulnerability to various types of unfair competition, especially when it comes to food security. After all, Belarus accounts for 1/5 of the world's production of potash fertilizers, which are so necessary for its provision. The pressure, and today we deliver goods to more than 100 products to 100 countries, and we are leading producers of milk products. The pressure of sanctions of individual countries requires decisive collective action. I share the call of the chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, for the immediate and unconditional lifting of all remaining sanctions imposed on the Republic of Zimbabwe. I support the idea of celebrating the Day Against Sanctions initiated by the Southern African Development Community. Only the equality of all nations can ensure the civilizational development of mankind. We all need a world in which we want to live and develop, a world that we are not ashamed to pass on to future generations. Otherwise, there is no point in talking about the goals of sustainable development. This was stated by the President of the Republic of Belarus at the International Conference on Eurasian Security, which ended just a few days ago in Minsk. Today, it's especially true that in Africa, where the youngest population of the planet lives, this year has been declared the Year of Education. Currently, most countries in Africa are experiencing a shortage of qualified workers in the fields of medicine, agricultural science, information technology, as well as mid-level specialists in various sectors of the economy. Belarus helps its African friends not in words but in deeds. Citizens from 33 countries of the African continent study in our educational institutions. We are ready to significantly increase the number of foreign students accepted. In addition, the Belarusian side can assist in the creation or improvement of the vocational education system in African countries and teach applied and working specialties. Tomorrow, we plan to sign a memorandum of understanding with the Pan-African Parliament, after which the National Assembly of the Republic of Belarus will receive observer status in this authoritative international association. Time has chosen us to conduct an equal dialogue and develop mutually beneficial cooperation. I would like to emphasize that Belarus is going to Africa as a true friend and partner, because Belarusians, like Africans, are devoted to their native land with their hearts. Thank you for your attention.
Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank you once more for your delivery. Can we do it much louder? In Africa, and you are in Africa, our culture says a visitor like you, we thank by clapping, one. We also make sure that when you arrive, we give you a cup of water or milk or tea. And that we did in the VIP lounge. So that is part one. Part two, we clapped for you loudly. Part three, we give you something that makes you remember your visit to this parliament. That's the African way of doing things. And then we need to consolidate our relationship. Of course, there will be the MOU, but we need to give you some food. And we promise to give you food after the meeting. That is those are the 4 steps for typical African hospitality. But at this stage, we need to give you what's called a souvenir, something that will make you remember forever that you visited the Pan-African Parliament. And I'm just looking around to see who is delivering it to me. So I invite you, Mr. Speaker, to now, as I hand over this thing, this is a hand, this is 2 hands, and the fingers are actually greeting like this. It's a greeting like this. Right, it shows our permanent unity. Pan-African Parliament shaking you, and the other side shaking us. And please take this with you to Belarus and keep it somewhere where every day you can see it. When you travel, you put it in your bag so that every morning you wake up looking at Pan-African Parliament.
Обязательно.
Thank you.
Смотрите и вспоминайте
Sorry?
Панафриканский парламент. Definitely.
Come and, okay.
Definitely.
Come and interpret.
Yes.
What is it?
Definitely, I will
Put,
take
no,
it.
put my. Okay.
I will definitely take it home.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. We thank you.
Всем успехов.
Success to everybody.
Success to everybody. Success to PAP. Madam Clerk, proceed.
Honorable President and honorable members, the announcements of the day are as follows. After the close of the proceedings of today, there will be a photo session, a photo de famille, on the lawns outside this plenary hall. The second is that lunch is available by compliments of the Pan-African Parliament, the President and the Bureau, in the foyer of this chamber for members of Parliament and guests. The lunch venue for VIP guests will be announced, will be directed by the protocol. The third announcement is that regional caucuses will meet this afternoon after lunch, perhaps at 2:15. Central Africa meeting in Committee Room 2. Southern Africa in Committee Room 8. Eastern Africa in Room 3. North Africa in Committee Room 1. And West Africa in this chamber. The proceedings of this session will continue at 9 a.m. tomorrow in this chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. House adjourned to tomorrow, 9 a.m. We rise for the national anthem, for the AU anthem.
So unite and celebrate together. There is a song for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together, to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, fils and fidèles d'Afrique, chers du soleil, chers du ciel, faites opérer l'Afrique belle de vie. So united, singing together, to uphold the bond of flame and destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for peace and justice on earth. Filhos da África, essência do sol, essência do céu, façamos da África flor da vida. Let us all unite and talk together to give the best we have to Africa. Then bring along mankind in front of culture. A break of dawn. Yeah, yeah, Asabsha Dedu Sama Afrika Shajahan Tulayat.
No, just saying bye-bye.
Я хотел попрощаться с вами, просто сказать до свидания. Вы не идете на
It's today.
Today, too. Okay. So, stay well.
Очень приятно было с вами познакомиться.
I ask if there is any possibility for you to speak to African ambassadors.
Если будет возможность выступить перед африканским посланием, обратитесь ко мне, позвоните мне.
Very efficient.
Спасибо. Спасибо.
Спасибо. Да? You send a good guy here.
Африканист.
Спасибо за добрые слова.
Приветствие
в наш адрес. Самые теплые воспоминания у меня останутся.
Они уже убрали вот эту аппаратуру, я не знаю, как они будут сейчас организовывать.
He wants a picture with you. This from Central African Republic.
Центральноафриканская республика. Хотел бы сфотографироваться с вами.
Deputy Speaker.
Заместитель спикера Центральноафриканской республики, парламента Центральноафриканской республики.
Good. Right. Who is directing?
Okay, good afternoon, Excellencies. Thank you very much for joining us once again for this traditional press conference following the official opening of the fourth ordinary session of the Sixth Parliament. So, without any further delay, Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, I will open the floor, give you an opportunity to say a few words, and then bringing the guests of honor before we open for the questions that as we discussed. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. My brother, the Speaker of Belarus, honorable members of the Bureau, our MPs, ambassadors, our clerk. For me, as the host, I'm the most proud We had a very dynamic, successful opening ceremony. And once more, the success was because we brought in a very effective, dynamic person from a very dynamic country across the world. It is not for me to continue interacting with the media. I'll give him the space to interact with the media. I thank you.
Уважаемый господин председатель, нам очень приятно, что этот диалог в здании Панафриканского парламента начинается в год 20-летия вашей авторитетной африканской организации.
Dear Mr. President, I'm very glad that this dialogue takes place on the anniversary of the Pan-African Parliament.
У нас много общего.
We have a lot in common.
Во-первых, это мир, это экономическое развитие, это благосостояние наших граждан.
This is peace, economic development, welfare of our citizens.
Я сегодня видел, как в этом зале люди с неподдельным интересом воспринимали мое выступление и открывали для себя Беларусь.
Today I could see how the members of the parliament listened to the statement of Belarus, and they were sincerely interested in what we talked about.
Наша страна для развития отношений с африканским континентом прилагает ряд усилий и ряд предложений по различным направлениям деятельности.
Our country, for the development of the relations with the African Union, makes specific proposals in different spheres.
На африканском континенте у нас работает 6 дипломатических представительств, которые устанавливают контакты и предлагают инициативы по налаживанию отношений.
In the African continent, we have several diplomatic missions that are now in charge of increasing cooperation.
Повестка дня сессии Панафриканского парламента посвящена году образования, который объявлен в Африке нынешний год.
And we commend that the agenda of the Pan-African Parliament is devoted to the topic of the African Union this year, the Year of Education.
Как сегодня говорилось, в Африке проживает самое молодое население планеты. Из 1,5 миллиарда жителей 60% молодые люди в возрасте до 35 лет.
And today it was mentioned that the population of Africa is the youngest in the world, the population of 1.5, almost 1.5 billion people, and more than 60% of them are below the age of 35.
Мы готовы оказать помощь в плане подготовки кадров. Сегодня у нас в Беларуси обучаются студенты из 33 государств африканских.
We are ready to develop our cooperation in the field of education. Today, students from 33 African countries receive education in Belarus.
И это направление мы можем усиливать, то, о чем сегодня говорил и ваш заместитель.
And we can foster and increase cooperation in this regard.
Если говорить в целом, то, конечно же, нужно придать больше динамизм торгово-экономическим отношениям, которые в текущем году товарооборот вырос в 4 раза. У нас еще есть возможности и резервы для того, чтобы наращивать по различным направлениям и сельское хозяйство, и промышленность, энергетика.
Generally speaking, we should also help develop and trade economic cooperation in different spheres, agriculture, industry, energy, and this year the trade turnover of Belarus with African countries has increased 4 times.
Но самое главное для нас, для парламентариев, это налаживать отношения путем народной дипломатии, продвигать идеи мира, дружбы, единства.
But of course, for us as parliamentarians, the most important is to foster the ideas of friendship, of peace, and to work together on these issues.
Оказывать друг другу поддержку на международных площадках.
and to give support to each other in the international organizations.
Мне очень интересно сегодня было присутствовать на открытии сессии.
This session was really a success, and I was very much interested in it.
И, наверное, не побоюсь этого сказать, общеобъединяющей идеей, которая звучала сегодня у многих, кто выступал и в зале, и в студиях, это о том, что настало то время, когда Африка сама определяет свою судьбу.
And I think that the general message, what I heard today in this inaugural hall and virtually by video conference, is that Africa should determine its fate itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff?
There's actually an opportunity for one or two questions, and I know that there's that. I would love to give the floor to Ian. Ian, please introduce yourself and then your organization. Please ask your question to the guests from us. Yeah.
Сейчас будет задан 1-2 вопроса, поэтому будет предоставлена возможность ответить на них.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Ian Roma. I represent the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation, ZBC, in Zimbabwe. One of the key issues that you mentioned was the issue of economic sanctions, illegal economic sanctions imposed on Zimbabwe. What is the message to the people of Zimbabwe, Africa, and the globe with reference to the sanctions, given the fact that they have been in existence for over 2 decades?
Вы в своем выступлении упомянули о несправедливых экономических санкциях, в том числе в отношении Зимбабве. В отношении Зимбабве эти санкции действуют уже больше 20 лет. Какое бы послание вы бы хотели донести до мировой общественности против санкций? Я бы хотел прежде всего представиться. Я представляю Зимбабвийскую вещательную корпорацию.
Санкции, по-другому их можно назвать ограничительные меры, они, конечно, действуют разрушающе на экономике стран, но они не могут разъединить людей.
The sanctions or restrictive measures, otherwise speaking, of course, they have destructive effects on economies, but they cannot disunite people.
Наша страна в условиях санкций живет тоже несколько лет.
Our country has been living under sanctions for several years already.
Но, тем не менее, экономика нашей страны развивается стабильно. Каждый год заметен прирост валового внутреннего продукта. Только в этом году на 4,5% рост.
But still, our country has been living under sanctions for several years, but still the economy is developing sustainably. And this year, the GDP growth made 4.5% above the predictions.
Санкции, с одной стороны, это оказывает отрицательное воздействие на экономику, а с другой стороны, заставляют искать другие варианты реализации своей продукции, выхода на другие рынки, сбыта, поиск других логистических цепочек, построения моделей и не дает экономике страны стагнировать.
Sanctions, on the one hand, have negative effects. On the other side, it has effects that make the economy work differently, to find different logistical chains, different ways how to organize production, and it does not allow the economy to stagnate.
Одним из взаимовыгодных направлений нашего сотрудничества в Африке мы видим взаимодействие со страной, которую вы представляете, Зимбабве.
And of course, we are interested in close cooperation with the country that you represent, Zimbabwe.
В прошлом году состоялся визит главы нашего государства Зимбабве, подписан ряд соглашений в торгово-экономической сфере.
Last year, the head of the Belarusian state visited Zimbabwe, and this visit allowed signing several trade economic agreements with Zimbabwe.
И мне приятно сегодня слышать о том, что сельское хозяйство в вашей стране достаточно активно развивается, обеспечена продовольственная безопасность впервые за долгие годы. И, наверное, в этом тоже есть заслуга контактов именно с нашей страной.
And I was glad to hear today that the food security of Zimbabwe is safe, maybe to some degree to cooperation with our country. I was very pleased to hear it.
В итоге скажу коротко на ваш вопрос. Санкции – это зло, но им можно противостоять, и примеры для этого есть.
In brief, I will say that sanctions is evil, but there are countermeasures against sanctions, and there are examples of it.
Can I take a last question?
Последний вопрос.
Can I just take a last question?
Последний
Before
вопрос.
yeah. You have your...
I'm Tantla Mashango from Channel Africa Radio. The president, when he spoke about the PEP strategic plan. If you could just elaborate further on that. Thanks.
Oh, that's funny. Thank you. I want to take you back to the background to the strategic plan. First of all, the previous one had expired. And in this modern world, you cannot operate an organization, even a family, without a plan. But it becomes strategic, of course, when you link it to several other factors, stakeholders, the environment you are in. You become more realistic about your plans. That becomes strategic. So when the previous plan expired, we've now developed a new one, and the strategic plans, the purpose of it is to make you have a direction where you are going. And the direction of Pan-African Parliament is the direction of the Union, the African Union. So we see that PAP's role within the Union is peace and security, oversight, representing people's views. So our plan then says, in the next 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, we'll be doing the following in order to get to the vision of the AU and Pan-African Parliament, and responding it's a plan of how you want to respond to the challenges of the continent within certain time frames. And of course, you become clear as to what actually are the results that anyone can evaluate or assess the performance of the parliament. So we bring to the table clearly, even to the media, and we are prepared, if you like, to organize maybe 20, 31 minutes to walk you through what we are planning strategically as Pan-African Parliament. We are in a packet, and we'll ask Jeff to organize probably Wednesday when you're a bit free, or Friday, so that we engage the media on our plan. But basically, it is the direction of where we are going in order for us to play our role in terms of the functions of PAP in the protocol, our role within the Union, and respond to the challenges, peace and security, agriculture, food security, health issues, infrastructure, transport, education, you name it, including the women and the youth on the continent. So you find that in our strategy. What are the issues around women or the youth? How will this parliament respond? What will we do as a parliament? But more so, ours is to oversight. What is the union doing? And remind the union that this does not address youth issues. Taking advantage of our link with the national parliaments and constituencies, because people, the MPs who sit in the parliament, belong to they have constituencies back home at the lowest level, the grassroots level. So our MPs have the benefit of getting feedback from the people at the grassroots, which they bring back to PAP and feed into the strategic plan. And that comes after we held a workshop in September on results-based management. So we said, we don't want just to be seen to be a parliament meeting workshops, we want results. So in our strategic planning, find that the issue of results-oriented, clear results that make a difference to our people on the continent. So it's a plan to deliver results to our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a long day, and the president and the guest have been waiting in a different venue there. So I really appreciate you coming, and thank you very much. We will now continue to engage. We'll organize. Let me.